Alright, welcome back everybody. Um, Thank you, Waffle. Yes, we need to legalize microtones. When will we legalize microtones? Alright, let's start off with some ear training today, and we'll play some lumatone. I'm going to talk a little bit about this chord naming system. Actually, I think I'll start off with that today. So, first I'll show you all my old system. So here's the temperament chord names for 31 EDO. So we have like the Orwell chord is 2 subminor thirds, and then utonal and otonal diminished and mosh and Greeley and all that good shit. Anyway, these are fine. The temperament names I just found online and all that, but yeah, people have always been kind of I don't know, not too keen on learning the temperament names. And I understand, especially in a larger tuning. I think when I did it in 22 equal, people still didn't want to do that, but it's a lot more manageable when there's only 16 triads, so there's only like a limited number of chord types and chord names and stuff. But yeah, when you do this system here for like 31, like you have to introduce like a ton of new symbols, plus these new modifiers, the pluses and the minuses and stuff. And other than just like kind of brute force memorizing or constantly referring back to these and learning them over time, there's really no way to tell what chord is what. And so I've often, or not often, so for a while I've wanted to come up with a more intuitive way of naming these chords. And I think I found a pretty good system, actually. Much more intuitive anyways. So here's the same chords, 31 equal, no temperaments referred to whatsoever. In fact, not really any new language. We're using terms that are either already conventional music theory terms or already conventional to basic microtonal theory. So like I've added these sesqui and sub and super prefixes, but those are pretty basic microtonal terms that people usually learn early on, and they're pretty consistent with the vanilla terms. So that's nothing crazy. And then I did not really add new symbols. Well, I did. I added one new one, but it's kind of more replacing symbols. So like diminished is already indicated with like a little circle, like a degree symbol, which you could still use, but I think you could also use like an O instead. And then augmented is usually written with a plus. So I think for this, I'm using pluses and minuses to modify the triads. So, and I'll kind of explain. So all of your basic chords are the same as usual. So subminor, minor, neutral, major, and super major are all as you would expect. And then diminished is just 2 minor thirds. Augmented is 2 major thirds. Subdiminished is 2 subminor thirds. And super augmented is 2 super major thirds. And then everything else kind of lies on a spectrum in between that. So like these 3 chords here, we have diminished in the center, which is minor third, minor third. Then we have diminished minor, which is going to be a sub minor third, and then a neutral third in a 31 equal, but it also would be true for like 27 or 24 equal. And then diminished major would be neutral third and then sub minor third. So these three chords all have the same size fifth, but the minor chord has the contour of a minor triad, meaning the smaller third is on the bottom and the bigger third is on the top. And then the major chord has a contour of a major triad, so the larger third is on the bottom and the smaller third is on the top. So here I'm like using the terms minor and major and like adding them in, like throwing them in different contexts. So the major and minor communicate the contour, and then like diminished and augmented communicate the width of the chord. So those are like the two dimensions that you're kind of dealing with a triad. Is like every triad has a contour and a width, or a height, however you want to put it. So like the width would be like how wide the fifth is. So like subdiminished would be the smallest width, and also it's a stack of the same third, so it's symmetrical across the midpoint. So there's no need to qualify it any further. It's just a subdiminished. If you wanted to, you could call it subdiminished neutral or subdiminished symmetric or something, but there's no need. There's no need really. And then sesquidiminished would be, you know, so in 31, if your fifth is diminished, it's down 2 Ito steps, but if it's half diminished, it's down 1. So down 3 would be sesquidiminished. Mr. Frogs, hooray. Hey, Mr. Leaky, what's up, dude? Yeah, so as our fifth gets smaller, you have 4 chords with a 17 Ito step fifth, a half diminished chord, and then you have 4 different contours of chord with that fifth. So you have a half diminished super major, which is major sub minor, half diminished major, which is neutral minor, half diminished minor, which is minor neutral, half diminished sub minor major. So what's strange about this is that I think typically when we think major and minor, we think, oh, the bottom third is major or it's minor. So the whole idea here is that major and minor describe a contour rather than the quality of the bottom third. And that's something I was doing in the temperament system, but I was just applying temperament names to the chords. So I had like Mercy minor, Orwell minor, and then their corresponding major, Mercy major, Orwell major somewhere, and so on. And the other thing is that like every type of minor is always going to flip to the same type of major and vice versa. So if you know the name of the chord, you know what its inverse is. You know its inverse chord. Or, you know, like across the fifth or whatever. It doesn't tell you the chord inversion. Although that does become relevant when you look at the augmented chords, because augmented chords invert to other augmented chords. So I guess the only thing that was kind of nice about temperament notation versus this is that with your augmented chords, you could always tell which chords invert to what. So like squares inverts to squares major, which inverts to squares minor, and so on. And like all the Greeley chords invert to each other. Here that isn't obvious from the name, because if you went by the name, you would assume that an augmented minor would invert to an augmented, but it doesn't. So a super augmented, I'm pretty sure inverts to a half augmented. And then an augmented inverts to a sesqui-augmented. So the good news is, I mean, this is 31 EDO. There's tons of triads. That's really all you have to remember. Because all the rest of them work kind of the way you would expect. Like all the diminished chords, they don't invert to each other anyway. So that's not even an issue there. But yeah, with the augmented chords, I guess there's like, let's actually take a look at this. So what augmented chords invert to what augmented chords? So squares is super super, and it inverts to squares major with it, which is super neutral. So super super here is super augmented, and then super neutral is augmented major. So super augmented inverts to augmented major. And then squares minor is neutral super, which makes sense. Just augmented minor. So super augmented inverts to augmented major and augmented minor. And then I guess that means that these three invert to each other. What about what's going on here though? I'm a little confused. Because it seems like there's stuff left over. There might be like a weird because that counts for 3 of them. But there's 6 left. So maybe there's some weird stuff going on. So augmented is major major. So major major, and this is Werschmidt. Werschmidt minor is major super major. Which is sesqui augmented minor. And Werschmidt major is super major major. Just sesqui augmented major. So the augmented inverts to the sesqui augmented. Alright. I'll have to go test this out. Is Google punishing me while hiding behind these confused spreadsheets? Hiding the beautiful clock. Yeah, man. The clock. So what's the I'll have to go look at this on a lumatone, because I'm not sure. Did I even do the temperament names right? Because I remember in 2070 this was an issue. It has the same number of triads. Because there might be some weird relationships here that are not intuitive. But I thought I solved that with the names, but maybe I did it wrong. I'm pretty sure I did in 27 equal. Maybe I should look at those instead, but let's see. Because what would be left would be 11, right? So if you had 10, 10, 11, so 10, 10, 11 would invert to oops. Let's make it 1 second. 10, 10, 11 would invert to 10, 11, 10, invert to 11, 10, 10. So 10, 10 would invert to 11, 10. I mean 10, 11, which would invert to 11, 10. And then, so that would be augmented. And then this would be the sesqui-augmented minor and sesqui-augmented major. Okay, and so that makes sense. And what about these half augmented chords. These are the ones that are throwing me off. Because the super augmented would invert to the other ones, right? So let's make sure. So 1122. So 11 to 22 would be 11, 11. That leaves us, that's 22. And then 31 minus 22 is 9. So that would invert to 11, 9, 11. Should invert to 9, 11, 11. So 11, 9 is augmented major and augmented minor. So that's correct. So this would be the super augmented. This would be augmented major. This would be augmented minor. So what's going on with these other ones? Because there's 4 left, so it just doesn't seem correct. So 8 to 19 would be 11. So then a 19 from 31 would be 11. So it'd be 8, 11, 11. That makes no sense. That's just mathematically. So 22 plus 8. So it'd be 8, 11, 12, right? 8 to 19 is 11, right? So 8, 11, 12 would invert to 11, 12. Oh, okay. So 12 is not a third. That's the thing. These half augmented chords do not invert to each other. They do not invert to each other. Okay, that's why. So these, oh, I thought they did for some reason. I think just because in 22, they do, but yeah, these do not. Do they in 27 though? That I should look at. Because I think they don't. Hold on. So so if we're in 27, okay, so basically with the 31 equal triads, all is gravy there. So augmented would invert to sesquiaugmented, and then or seesaw, and then the super augmented would invert to the regular augmented, and then you'd have these half augmented chords, which would not invert to each other. Mr. Grodorn, please, the message is important. Please understand it is never forg. I will never discuss forgs. If you thought I discussed forgs, it means I was defeated by. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Leakey, for clarifying. It looks like you said frog, so no frogs, always assume it's not a frog, please. Thank you sincerely, Mr. Leakey. 666. Okay, thank you for your attention to this matter. Mr. Leakey, it does say Mr. Frogs, hooray. So, it literally says Mr. Frogs, hooray. I don't know what. It literally says Mr. Frogs and hooray. Oh, Mr. Grodorner. Okay, got it. Well, I don't know, man. It just, Google seems to think frogs and Gordon are the same. I'm not a frog, though. Just to clarify. The real Mr. Leakey will never discuss frogs, I'm telling you right now, so that you know it. Well, okay, well, if Mr. Leakey starts discussing frogs, I will be very, I'll be consumed with suspicion. Okay, what was I doing? In this tuning, the perfect fifth is 16, so The major third is 9. So 16 is the perfect fifth. So what happens with 0, 10, 17? So 10, 17, and then 27 is another 10. So 10, 17, 10. So on these, and 27 equal, these invert differently. So we'd have 10, 17 would invert to 17, 10. Which would invert to 10, 10. So the super augmented, you know what, I should do this in 27 too, I guess. Although it'll basically look the same as 31, but they will have different Ito steps. So let's try it. And then I want to see how these invert to each other. So these sizes will be different. So in 27, super major is 10, major is 9, neutral is 8, minor is 7, and subminor is 6. So, and these would all be wrong too. I'd have, basically these would all be different. The names should all be the same, but all this stuff will be different. So this would be 0, 6, 12, 0, 6, 13, 0, 7, 13, 6, 14, 7, 14, 8, 14, and then 6, 15, 7, 15, 8, 15, 9, 15, and then 16, 7, 16. Wait, is this right? 8, 6, yeah. It is, and then 9, 16, 10, 16. Okay, and then this would be the minor, would be 7. This would be 17. 8. 9. 10. And then so I'll be 18. But this would be neutral is 8. 9, 10, and then 19, 19. Oops. Major is 9, 10, 20, 10, 18. This looks right, right? It's 12, 13, 13, 14, 14, 14. So, you know, with Mr. Leaky will never discuss frogs, I'm telling you right now, so you know it. Okay, so the note names will be different too. I think this would just be E flat and G flat. And then let me do these real quick. This would be C, E, G, C down, E, G. Yeah, we're gonna do ups and downs in this. So let's move these over. And then C, E. I think sharp is 4 Edo steps in this. So this would just be G sharp. Super automated. So okay. Starting on the bottom. This does have half flats, but we also have ups and downs. So we have up E flat. And then up G flat. Up G flat. Up G flat. So C. Up E flat. Up G flat. And then it's just G half flat, right? And then it's E flat, up E flat. Then E half flat. I'm getting so confused right now about what I'm looking at. Okay. Up E flat G. Edo steps 13 13. G half flat, G half flat, G half flat. These would be down G. That would just be G, okay. Where's my up button? Okay. Yeah, there's something I need to figure out. It's gonna drive me crazy. So these will be up G. It'd be what, 4 of these, and then G half sharp, and then down G sharp, and then G sharp. Okay, and then I need to go through and fix all these. What's up with the frogs? Look, man, it's Mr. Leaky keeps sending me messages about frogs, but when I put my finger on it, it's Mr. Grodorn. No, it's been doing that for a while. Every time that happens, I just read the frog thing, and then he freaks out. It is the new. It's a new season of the stream, the frog season. Why are we so far out now? Oh, that's actually what I want. Okay. But not these. Okay, what was I doing? Okay, I need to fix these notes now. So minor, so E half flat, so major would be down E. But that's not major, that's sub minor, so E flat. So E flat, and then minor would be up E flat. And then E half flat and down E. So sub minor is E flat. Minor is up E flat. Okay, those are right. Then minor should be up E flat, E half flat, down E, E, just E, and then E half flat, down E, E, down E, E. Okay, I think that's right. So in 27, I don't need these. These are all wrong. In 27, all of the augmented chords are weird. Not all of them, but they all invert to other augmented chords. Oops. I'm pretty sure. So we'll check that out real quick and see which ones invert to which ones. And I think this is actually what I want. Oh shit. No, that's not what I want. Come on. Okay. So the half augmented, this is what I want to look at. And these still work for this. So yeah, in 27 half augmented and sesquiaugmented still work. So, all right. So the half augmented is 0.717. So the half, I need a picture of this. Where did that go? Okay, so the half augmented is 0.717. Why did you say 10? Shit, it should be 7, 17. So 7 and 17 would be 10. And then 17 plus 10 would make 27. And then that would invert to 10, 10, 7. And that would invert to 10, 7, 10. Which means, so 7 is the minor, super major, and then, so that would mean half augmented inverts to super augmented, which inverts to half augmented super major. So in 27, super augmented inverts to half augmented, but in 31, super augmented inverts to augmented, right? And then how do the other ones work? I'll double check that in a second. Yes, that's what I wrote before. Super augmented inverted to augmented. So here, okay, I need to write this down then. So here the half augmented subminor inverts to the super augmented, which inverts to the half augmented super major. So, slowly and surely making the wiki good. Secrets make programs that regular wiki polluters are scared to touch. Very nice. Yes, I love that. That adding the sound samples stuff. That's great. It didn't work when I clicked that one page, but maybe it'll maybe I saw y'all were talking about it on the, like, something to do with permissions or whatever. So all right. So this half augmented would be 8, 9. That gives you 17. So 8, 9, 10 would be half augmented minor. And that would invert to 9, 10, 8. And 9, 10 would be sesqui augmented minor. And then 10 to 8, 9. And that would be a augmented major. So here's where it gets kind of fucky, is knowing what, I don't think that it's a huge deal, but a half augmented inverts to a sesqui augmented inverts to a major, an augmented major. I mean, in the temperament notation, what's 8 plus 9? 17, you're right, 17. The dichoid inverts to the dichoid minor, which inverts to the dichoid major. So you're 10, 18. Yeah. So in the temperament notation, since those are all dichoid chords, you can tell that they all invert to each other. I don't know that needs to be reflected in the name of the chord. I did that in the temperament notation because it kind of just made sense to. But for this, I don't know. But with some systems, you would have weird stuff like this. Oh, I guess in 27. I don't know what other systems this is even going to apply to. Because 29 has like a bunch more triads. Because there's too many thirds. There's like 49 triads or something. I don't know if I'm going to bother trying to extend it out that far, but maybe eventually. And yeah, so that is weird. And then, so you just have to learn what chords invert to what chords. You need superpowers to enable it for everyone. Basically trying to incorporate the web apps I made, but integrate it with the wiki. Yeah, that's cool. Remember the episode when you did crazy polyrhythm lesson? Yes, I did. I do, of course. Pretty much did that for Paleac. Watch that one from the train at the Denver airport. Nice. This guy defeated that episode. Oh no. Mr. Gordon, what the fuck is this? Hold up.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Rhythm Clapping with Mr. Gordon. Today we're going to be starting from the beginning. So we're going to start with the basics of rhythm clapping and counting. If you've never read music before, this is a great place for you to start. If you already know how to read music, this can still be a good review for you.
No, fuck this. I don't care what this guy's just saying, man. Fuck. I mean, he seems nice enough. Come on. I'm not watching this shit, man. Fuck, you out of your mind? Alright. Let's go. I can't. I don't know what the hell that guy's saying, man. But he's stressing me out already. Just don't want to deal with it, man. I've got too much shit to think about. Alright, so the half augmented minor, 8 plus 9, and the sub minor. So the sub minor and super major invert to the super augmented. So the halves and the sesquies are going to invert. But these invert to a major, though. That's weird. No, augmented major. No, that's not weird. Half, sesqui, and augmented. So half minor, sesqui minor, and augmented major. So the other one's going to be the half major, half augmented major. The sesqui augmented major and the augmented minor. And then that will be 9 of them. That is 10 of them. There's 10 of them. What's up with the augmented chord? Oh, the augmented chord's symmetrical. Okay. Yep, augmented is symmetrical in 27, as it is in 12. Okay, so that makes sense, yeah. Alright, cool. So, yeah, if we just do the half augmented major. So I just feel like it's just like a dumb thing. You have to, if you really even care. Like, the thing is, you don't have to know this, but you might want to know it eventually. So 9 and 8 is 17, so 10 will be left over. So 9, 8 is half augmented major. And then 8, 8, 10 is augmented minor. And then 10, 9. Fuck, where's 8? 8, 10, 9 would be sesqui-augmented major. So that, and that wouldn't be true in 31. So you could give the chords the same names in both systems, but the inversions would not be the same. And 31 is actually simpler because in 31 the augmented becomes ses-aug and ses, and the super augmented becomes augmented major and minor. So that's pretty easy to remember. So just put a little note. This is for 27. And then this would be for 31. I kind of want to do 26 now too, though. Can I do 26? How many sizes of thirds does 26 have? Yeah, I like this because it's way less work than looking up all these fucking temperaments and shit. It's just, and also, I don't know, it kind of make, I do want to go and play the chords and stuff and make sure it still makes sense. I think it will, though. I've already played around with the chords enough to kind of know that it's gonna make sense, but you never know, and you can't be sure until you're sure, you know. Oh, that's an ugly fucking third right there. Is that even a third? Is that I think we have the same number of thirds as in 22. So we have sub minor, super major, and minor, major. Cause yeah, 461 is 2. That's a sub fourth. So this will be a lot like 31, but easier. This will be like simpler, cause it has a sub fourth. So I wonder how the augmented chords are gonna work in this. So this would look like 22, which will look like 19. And actually the notation will be the same as 19. But the step sizes will be different. So I can just copy and paste 19. And then sub minor will be 6. Minor will be 7. 8, 9. I think everything is going to be pretty much the same. All the notation. But the step sizes should all be different. 6, 12. 13. 13, and then 6. 14. Just do these first. The hell, man? I did too many of these. 16, 16, 16. What the hell, man? 12, 13, 13, 14, 14, 14, 15, 15, 15, 15, 16, 16, 16, 17, 17, 18. And then, 8, 9, 9, 8, 9, 8, 7, 9, 8, 7, 6, 8, 7, 6, 7. Okay, that looks good. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this is correct. Because I'm pretty sure in flat tone and in mean tone, the notation's exactly the same. So yeah, this would just be the only difference. 6/3 ultra infra you can ignore. What, in 26? Yeah, I'm not counting these. I don't count these in 31 either. It's like, it's a sub-4th. I could go test it out though. But we're gonna give every new EA has their own crazy names. Great new idea for Mr. Leaky himself. Yeah, I should test these in 26 just to make sure. But I'm assuming the thirds are too like it's an ultra major and infra minor only in like weird contexts. Checking and streamed your album louder today. Mr. Leaky was there. Hell, fuck yeah, dude. I saw you stream my album. What was it? This morning, and I could hear nothing. So I don't know. Oh, hey, you can hear that. All right, hell yeah. I got some likes. I guess it's my second album. You can. You want to put a link to the Bandcamp, man? Can always put a link to the Bandcamp. Yeah, we were talking about how music is basically paper stuff, and they try to make it into noises to make no sense to anyone. Oh wait, are you kidding me? Hold on. You're saying I need to read your conversation. In your room, there was doom in your room. I gave you my heart and you would not give it back. There's no there's no comments. There's no live stream chat log. Oh well. Oh, it can take a while. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, maybe I'll test out 26 in a minute, but let's just assume these are how they are, and then let's see how the augmented chords work here. So assuming this is good enough. Let's go back to this thing. So okay. So assuming this is good enough, the augmented minor would be 7 plus 9 So that leaves 10. And 10 is a subfourth. So this is not going to invert to a triad. This is just going to be its own triad. It's just like in 31. So the augmented minor would be just like the half augmented minor in 31. And same thing with the major. So, and in fact, the augmented. So augmented minor, augmented and augmented major would all have inversions. Okay, and then the re-augmented this is interesting though, because this is different from 22. I don't look at 19 though. 0, 18, 9. 9, 17, 26 is 9, right? 9. 8, 9, 9. So this would invert to super augmented. So the re-augmented would invert to this super augmented. And so on. 8. So the re-aug minor would invert to super augmented. Would invert to re-aug major. Okay, interesting. So if we did decide to add ultra major or whatever, then we would have some weirdness here. But yeah, I think that's probably more better just thought of as a sub-fourth. We'll check though. And then maybe 26 would be worth trying, even if it's like 36 or whatever. It's kind of stupid. Maybe it'd be worth trying to see if this system helps to make sense of that. I think if 15, 13 is a third. Yeah, I mean I get it. I do sometimes as well. I do sometimes as well. 34 is a spot. Yeah, I think in 34 they kind of count, but I don't know. It's definitely in that region where it's like on the fence. But I do think it kind of works as a third. It's very sussy at the same time. That is more for accurate tunings like 34. Yeah, I don't know. The reason I don't count them in 31 is because they just feel more like fourths, and the chords feel more suspended. And then if you wanted to include them, they just create so many problems that them being unconvincing as thirds to begin with, you don't want to like make excuses just to make things more complicated. You know what I mean? To me, it's like people want to count that as a third because they want to turn music upside down or whatever. I'm not really trying to do that. I'm trying to make sense of everything. So, given a situation where there's a little ambiguity, I'll err on the side of, what's gonna what's going to give you the most parsimonious, like, efficient system? Like, what's going to be easier to use? But 26s are a different size than 31s, and the Edo step is not super small, so. But yeah, I mean, the Barbados third, I think, is only like 455. Yeah, so it's pretty sharp here, but we'll try it. We'll try it in a little bit. I do just want to math these out for a second just to see, because this is kind of like the one thing you lose. Like I'd say the one big advantage of the temperament notation over this is that you name all the chords in a way where these relationships are really clear. And yeah, that's missing from this. So there could be a way to maybe add that in, or to think about this differently, I guess. But yeah, let's look at 19 as well. So in 19, equal the augmented minor chord is 5, 7, what's to be 7, right? 14, yeah, 5, 7, 7. So the inversion would be 7, 7, 5. So 5, 7 would be the augmented minor. That would invert to a super augmented, which would invert to augmented major. Maybe 7, 5. So that checks out. There's only 6 augmented chords here, so yeah, this works out pretty nicely. And this is actually pretty much the same as 31 equal. Just kind of the other aspect of 31. So like 26 is like 31 in that some of the augmented chords don't invert to augmented chords. And then the other ones just invert to each other. And then, wait, did I finish 26? Because I feel like something's missing. No, nothing's missing. That was all of them. What is this? Oh, that's a sub fourth. That's nothing. Okay. It's just augmented minor inverted. So then you would have the augmented inverted. So when the augmented inverts, 6, 6, 12 from 26 is 10. Yeah, okay, I see. So this would be augmented. So interestingly, in 26, the plain augmented chord has inversions. That is interesting. I mean, of course it has inversions, no matter what tuning you're in, but usually it's like a weird symmetrical thing or inverts to another chord. So yeah, this would just be first and second inversion. And then same with the augmented major. 7, 10. And then 10. 7. So yeah, we'll look at that later. Okay, so for 19, super augmented inverts to augmented minor and major, and then the augmented would invert to the re-augmented. So 6, 6, 7 would be augmented, and then 6, 7, 6, and 7, 6, 6. So 6, 7 is re-augmented minor. This would be re-augmented major. So augmented would flip to re-augmented. Augmented would, minor would flip to super augmented. Okay, that. And yeah, in every tuning you would just have to learn this shit, I guess, if you cared that much. And then $17. Pretty sure these just invert to each other. So 6 and 12. 12 from 17 is 5. Yeah, so augmented inverts to half augmented. So in 17, these three just invert to each other. Oh, what the hell? Let's just look at, well, no, 30, 15 would just be the same shit, right? Because 15 would have a symmetrical augmented chord, because the major third would be, what the hell's a major third in 15, you know? Is it 10 Ito steps? No, it's like 9. Right. Now, what does happen in 30 and 15? Ito is so weird. Let's just figure it out. So, it should have the same number of triads as 12 Ito. But the Ito stuff should be weird. So it'd be minor, 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 major, major, minor, major, major. No, let's. Fuck, what's a, damn, 15 is so weird. It's so hard to think about. Yeah, it's 5. And 4. So 29's got an insane 13 limit. 29, I've tried messing with 29, man. I do not like it. Look at that majestic Chad. Thank you, sir. Emitting light. It's 90%. Yeah, I stopped turning off that light in the back just because I'm lazy, but I think it looks a little too bright in here. Thank you for everything you're currently doing. Everything you've done. You're welcome, dude. Additionally, thank you for everything you are yet to do from my idiot perspective upon the idiot's plane. However, Mr. Gordon and his flawless dimensional advantage can already see it. Yeah, why not? Okay, so this would be 0, 4, 8. 8, 0, 4, 9. Jeez, man. Is it? Something about that doesn't make sense. Oh, 3, 3, 3. 9 Ito steps. 3, 3, 3. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I get it now. And then up G. So it's just the up G and down G. Okay. Yeah. So the augmented chord would be symmetrical because you'd have 5 left over, and the diminished chord. Um, would have inversions. The 7th chord would have inversions because if you had one more, you have 12. You had 3 left over. All right, whatever. I'm not worried about that though. So yeah, 15 is super straightforward. Diminished, minor, and major, and augmented. Augmented is symmetrical because 15 is divisible by 3. It's like 27. So no need for any fancy notation or anything. And no special considerations. For chord inversions. Yeah, so 17 is the first place that happens. I'm skipping 16, of course. And, of course, 18 as well. Well, it would be interesting to kind of go back and look at 23 and think about if this could be applied to 23 equal somehow. And how you might go about doing that. I don't know if we should do that. Because I think 23 has 4 sizes of thirds. The problem is like labeling the fifths. It's weird. And I think if you were to just follow this same pattern, it would not make sense in 23. You have minor, subminor, major, and super major. So it would look just like 22. I feel like the logic would be more like 19 though. So if we copied and pasted 19 and then put in these step sizes instead, so it'd be 5, 6, 7, and 8. Actually, these are the same as in 22. These step sizes. Twelve, 12, 12. Oops. I don't know, I just think in 23 it doesn't make sense because it's like 2/5, 13 and the 14. Yeah, because like this doesn't feel like an augmented chord in 23. Um, feels like a neutral chord. I kind of have an idea though. If you call that neutral up major, could you apply the same like philosophy to this? If you had a width dimension and a contour dimension, the widths here would include sub major, super major. So like, if we started with that, what would we end up with? So yeah, we have the width and the contour. So the 13 steps would be down major. So we'd have sub minor, sub major, sub minor, sub fifth. Maybe there's a way to major, sub fifth, and then super major, sub fifth, and then here you would have minor, super fifth, neutral, super fifth, major, super fifth, and then you'd have minor, augmented, major, augmented, super augmented. And these names are so clunky is the thing, sub minor, sub fifth. I mean, you could call them a villa and a Nairo if you wanted, I guess. And then, would these be? This would be diminished, right? Yeah, so this would be major diminished, minor diminished, major rediminished, I guess. Or double diminished, whatever you want to call it. Minor rediminished. Sub-diminished. Is 10 Ito steps a fourth in 23? No, it's a super fourth. Okay, that's good then. Sub-diminished. Yeah, that kind of works. The alternative would be to get rid of the sub and super fifth and call all the sharp 5 triads augmented chords, but I don't really like that. I don't mind a Nairo and Mavilla here, honestly. But if the goal is to get rid of temperament names completely, you would not do it. But um, yeah, okay. That's shit. That's better than what I don't think I ever had anything on these. Very nice. Okay. So yeah, that could work for 23, something like that. Let's just go ahead and save that one. Oh, wait, we need to come up with chord symbols. A lot of these would be the same, but we would need to figure out something with the sub and super fives. Maybe plus and minus on these too, actually. That actually makes sense. That's with the minus, and then or put a plus on the super fifths and just leave these regular. And like the super fifth would be n plus. Neutral super fifth could be n plus, and then m plus. It's only one neutral chord though. You just put whatever. Yeah. Easy. And no raw augmented chord, that's fine. I mean, it would be the neutral super fifth, I guess. Interesting. That one's interesting. Okay. Something like that could work. I like how I'm able to actually come up with something for like 23. I don't know that this is perfect, but this is a lot easier than before. It feels much easier. I like that a lot. Alright, I didn't do any ear training. Let's do a little bit of ear training. And then I will go to the lumatone and I'm gonna try some of these out. Make sure that they sound correct with the names. And then I'll check out 26 and try to decide if it would be worth it to add the other thirds. And I'm kind of scared to try it, but I'm sort of interested to see what if we try to extend this to 34 equal. It's going to have 49 triad types. But I wonder if since we have 17, I wonder if we can use this to kind of structure it. It might help to make sense of 34. Alright, I'll do a little bit of this though. Nice. Sick. First try. Not as good at these midstream crazy clock. Did you see my 23 Eidos? Check this out, dude. What do you think of this? Kind of works. I don't know about sub fifth and super fifth, but maybe you could just say Oneiro and Movilla or something, but alright. Let's do more crazy clock. 24 EDO. Looks reasonable. Another chord naming system added to the pile of 23. How many chord naming systems are there for 23? Crawling through the Zenwiki and inventing chords? What do you mean? Inventing chords? Writing articles on chords? Ultra major 7th chord doesn't have an article. Let's see what this is. Stacking 13, 10, 15, 13. I guess I don't hear any of these yet. In these. Yeah, I mean, that's cool though. I'd rather see this than a fucking comma, man. Yeah, I'd rather see shit like this than a bunch of commas. Can't tell you when I've ever used a comma in my life. Oops. Damn it, what's that? Once we bully the site admins, let my script work, it'll be glorious. Yeah, man, they should just make you a sysop or whatever. Whatever they need to do. What's up, Doman? I've been on a chord spree. Dude, I'm almost done with your song. I might get to the end of it tonight. We'll see. I'm getting really ramped up in this chord shit. But I'll try to do some mixing before I go. But yeah, I got close to the end. Ambient knots. What's that? Been a while. Have you found any of these sacred chords? No, I'm not like looking for chords. I'm just trying to name triads. No hurry. Right. I'm just trying to find a consistent system for naming triads in different tunings. So it's not really about discovering a cool chord necessarily, although it would be nice to do that in the process. It's more just like, say I write something and I want to notate it, and it's got a funny chord in it. How am I gonna notate it? So I've been off and on. I've been trying to come up with different systems for this, and this thing has been kind of like brewing in my head for a while. I just didn't really know, but yeah, like, I don't know, like yesterday or the day before, it all kind of just like clicked. I just started kind of doing it, and then today I kind of polished it up a little bit so it made a little more sense. And I've just been doing it in all these different Itos, and it's working out just fine. So I think it's the most promising system I've come up with yet. And it doesn't have a bunch of random temperaments in it, which is the thing everybody always complains about. So no temperaments mentioned. But I do have like a notation idea that I think it makes sense. No one's argued about it with me yet. Not the notation anyway. The chord symbols. But we'll see what happens. That's cool. They are otherworldly. I wonder if any non-Western scale has accomplished this. But naming all the chords, man? All the triads in a microtonal system? I'd be curious to know like how they approach this stuff. Like in the Middle East and stuff, where they have microtonal scales. I don't know how they think about chords and all that. I don't know if they have like a similar triad based thing like in the West or not. But yeah, this is just an extension of like Western triad theory, and intentionally so. Just it's supposed to be. It's supposed to just be building on vanilla theory. They don't chord much. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know much about it. I don't know how, I don't know how to say his name, but Antonihe or whatever is on the Facebook microtonal group and is like one of the most popular people on there. His posts like have gone viral like on multiple occasions. But he talks like pretty much exclusively about Arabic music and microtonal theory. But it's pretty much all about scales and tetrachords. And a tetrachord is just a portion of a scale. It's not really like a chord, like a triad. But yeah, he doesn't really talk about chords at all, but he talks a ton about scales. So I don't know if that's because that style of music, the theory is so focused on scales, or if that's just how he approaches it. I don't really know. The tetrachordal thing is really cool, though. I do like that approach to scale building, but it kind of you kind of end up in the same place as when you just do like diatonic logic. I guess the big difference is that you can kind of think of the scale a bit differently. You can think of it as having two parts with like an adjoinment, and you can probably create some different scales thinking about it from that approach that you wouldn't normally. Homophonic texture. Just checked, they do not. Alright, well. Anyway. This applies to triads, so this is all the triads. That's all it is. Just 3-note chords made out of thirds. And without calling every combination of notes a third. There's no ultrapapal thirds here. These are all just normal thirds, normal as you can get for microtones. Nothing exciting. I'm so fucking sick of people getting excited about fucking weird intervals and shit, man. Nothing drives me crazier than people wanting a fucking third than people wanting a fourth to be a third and wanting a second to be a third, man. Shit just drives me fucking nuts, man. Chords are the new interval. Yeah, shit like that, man. I'm about to fucking jump off a fucking bridge, man. I'm so sick of this shit. Let's start naming all sequences. Yeah, dude, like, I mentioned this shit on Facebook and fucking dude Doman's gonna love this. I'm almost hesitant to bring this up because I don't want to feed Doman's rage, but dude, me and Paul Ehrlich have been getting into some arguments lately because every time I post something, he has to come in and be like, "Oh well." He's basically just like saying it's not even important, basically. And I've gotten into an argument with him twice recently. First was when I posted the modes in 31. And then Paul Ehrlich was like, well, thirds are arbitrary, and, there's a bunch of other scales that are more, he didn't put it quite like this, but he was basically saying there's other more creative scales and shit, and he was talking about, like, Mohajira and shit. And I was telling him like, dude, Mohajira is a subset of these scales, and it doesn't change the fact that this modal system it has like a logic to, like he was completely just like missing the point of what I was saying. Just trying to turn me on to the temperament shit that everybody already fucking knows. And it's just annoying because he runs the fucking group and he's the first person to comment, and his comment is just like condescending. And he did it again when I posted this new generalized triad naming scheme. And he was like tagging Wins Fokker, Oregon people, and tagging like fucking all kinds of fucking people, man. And he was saying that mean tone doesn't have any weird chords. The names are already straightforward. And I was like, I told him like, nobody's done this. Like, if it's straightforward, show me where all these chords are labeled. And like he mentioned kite, and like, yeah, kite system does account for every chord. That's true, but you have to spell them all with alterations and stuff. It doesn't go into the specifics of this whole domain. Like it just names everything in relation to major and minor triads and alterations, which is fine. I don't have an issue with that if that's how you want to spell your chords, but I would like something a little more, intuitive, which to me something like this is. And he wasn't even like looking at what I was saying or even considering it. He was basically just writing it off without considering it. And it's just annoying because when the fucking group owner does this shit, like it has the potential to like he's just putting wind in my sail. I mean, yeah. Just cutting holes in my sails, or whatever that phrase is. I have a ball in that game. It's too similar to normal music theory. I mean, he's not saying it's bad. He doesn't say anything about what I'm saying. He just mentions some other shit that is like tangentially related and kind of glosses over what this could, like, honestly, I feel like this could be very useful. I don't necessarily expect everyone to feel that way, especially at first. I don't think everyone has been, like, it's not like, dude, on his posts, he's like, I don't know. I don't want to get too into it. People having clouds so annoying in a disagreement. You get an argument with Zia, have to get her jumps to her side. Yeah, I know, man. You can't argue with Zia, man. Same deal here. You can't argue with Paul Ehrlich on his own group. I'll do it anyway, though, man. I don't care. I don't have a problem arguing with those people. I haven't really had a reason to argue with Zia, though. Triads are a Western scale convention. Wound up on the Helmholtz, Alice page 2. Yeah. She's often right, but sometimes wrong. When I have sycophants come out of the woodwork. Yeah, sometimes I just don't get what. Sometimes she has an idea and I just don't get it. If you know what I mean. I don't know if it's because she doesn't express it in a way that I understand or what. But stuff that I don't get, I'll either, if I'm interested, I'll try to seek clarity, and if I'm not, I just ignore it. And that's how I respond to probably most of the conversations on Discord. If I don't understand how it's relevant, I just ignore it. It's like they say, sort of unprocessed ideas. Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, the stuff that I've talked to her about that I do get, like I feel like she and I are on the same page with most of that stuff. This is nothing really to argue about. Alright. I'm gonna go play some lumatone. Test some of this stuff out on the lumatone. I need to take a quick 5 though. I'm a noob, but is there a way to do this with either pure intonation represented as, say, symbols, or pure frequencies represented as themselves? Maybe your intention is just going way over my head. If you want to do, you can notate harmonics. You can notate intervals like from the harmonic series. So like 4, 5, 6 is a major chord. Could you apply this triad naming system to the harmonic series? Yeah, probably in some ways, but I haven't tried it, and I'm not really that concerned with that, really. But a lot of the same stuff would apply. A lot of the same ideas would show up. So like I think in the harmonic series, like the thing was with the harmonic series, there's just a bunch of different versions of the same chord. So there's a bunch of different major chords. There's a bunch of different super major chords and so on. So the way people tend to talk about those things is a little more nuanced. It's a little more complex. But harmony works the same way, basically, regardless. So, augmented chords and like certain augmented chords are going to invert to other augmented chords. Stuff like that would still hold true. But yeah, I haven't looked at that in JI. I probably won't for a long time. Pure frequencies are unpractical in most cases. It'll totally apply to the harmonic series. Hope you get there, man. You have a gifted ear. I don't think I do, but thank you. GI ratios are a bit problematic when you temper because of multiple interpretations. The system is like a descriptor for the shape of chords. Yeah, this is one way to describe this system is it's a two-dimensional labeling scheme. It's contour and width. Those are the two things you're addressing. So the contour of the chord, is it major, minor, super major, sub minor, or neutral, basically. Those are the different types of contour. So if it's major, it's heavier on the bottom, like a bigger interval on the bottom, and then a smaller interval on the top. And if that's exaggerated, it's super major. And then if it's neutral, it's symmetrical across the midpoint. So it's two of the same size of interval. So that would be like a neutral triad, a diminished triad, augmented triad, like 2 minor thirds, 2 neutral thirds, 2 major thirds, and so on. So yeah, you have the contour and you have the width. And the width, there's basically 3 main families, which are, there's the basic chords, which span a perfect fifth. There's the diminished chords, which span under a perfect fifth, and the augmented chords that span more than a perfect fifth. And there's kind of gray areas, like half augmented, half diminished. And then exaggerated zones like the sub-augmented and the super augmented and the sub-diminished. Which sub-diminished, once it gets small enough, it turns into semaphore, which to me is not a triad, which it is in 19 Ito. I don't think that counts as a real triad because it doesn't have a fifth. I just included it for shits and giggles. And same thing with the these semi-sixths stack to a sixth, so I don't think this is a real triad. But the other ones are. But I just included them anyway. Yeah. So like in 31 equal, you have the augmented triads have a 20 Ito step fifth, and before that's a half augmented 19 Ito step fifth. Beyond that, the super augmented is 22 Ito steps. So if you add 2 to the fifth, you get augmented, and then if you double it, you get super augmented. So halfway augmented would be 19. Sesqui-augmented would be 21. But with some systems, it doesn't really work out like that. Since sesqui means 1.5, what happens in 22 equal is that the basic triads have 13 Ito step perfect fifth. The augmented triads are just one bigger than that at 14 Ito steps. So 22 is kind of a small augmented chord. And then super augmented is 2 more than that. So at first I just called these sesqui augmented anyway. But it kind of doesn't make sense to say 1.5 times augmented here, which is what sesqui means, I guess. So I just figured re-augmented. And the same thing with the diminished. They always just flip, so diminished the same way. Since the diminished triad has a 12 Ito step fifth. 11, you could say double augmented and double diminished. It'd be the same thing. I just thought re is shorter. I'm not really attached to it or anything. It's just an idea. Re-diminished, re-augmented. Just feel like double diminished and double augmented. The other thing too is that double diminished is already no, it's not really. There's a double diminished scale. I guess it's not really used that much. Double diminished could work too, yeah. Alright, I'll be right back. Let us enjoy some beautiful music. What should we listen to, guys? I could plug my album again. Oh, fuck it. Let's plug my album again. I was thinking about playing something else for once, but why? Here's my new album. I'll be right back. And come back, some lumatone.
Don't you want more? Don't you want less? I
Oh yeah, brothers. Fuck yeah. Oh wait. Okay, let's see if the names feel right. I've been going kind of crazy just naming shit. Do these feel better? Or do they feel fine? So if we call this super augmented. That'd be sesqui-augmented major, sesqui-augmented minor. The augmented major. Augmented minor. Augmented. That'd be half augmented. Minor. Half augmented major. Half augmented minor. Half augmented super major. Half augmented subminor. No, that's sub. Half augmented major. Half augmented minor. Oh, that makes sense actually. And then half augmented super major. Half augmented sub. These feel like neutral to me. Anyway. I guess it works. And then super major. Major, neutral, minor. Nobody's gonna argue with those. Those are already figured out. And then half diminished super major. Half diminished major. Half diminished subminor. Minor. Major super. I don't know, it feels like neutral with it. What did the temperament name call this? Where is it? So neutral minor. Neutral minor we called mosh major. That was mosh minor. And then with this it would be half diminished major and half diminished minor. Well, there'd be no difference. Just the first part would be different. And this would be half diminished super major. Okay, and then diminished two minors. Diminished major, diminished minor. What's the U tonal and the O tonal? Diminished. The U tonal diminished is subminor and minor. And this is the O tonal. Oh, that's the wrong. I was playing the wrong fifth before. This should be. This would be weird. This would be like sesqui diminished. That's kind of strange, though, isn't it? G, E flat, C, E flat, G flat would be diminished. Where's G flat on here? Right here. That'd be diminished. This would be diminished major. Diminished minor. That one kind of makes sense. Then the sesqui diminished would have a G sesquiflat. Wait, I'm so confused. Sesquiflat's here. So, that's like a O-tonal diminished chord. That'd be the U-tonal. So how I had them written on here? The O-tonal. Yeah, it has a sesquiflat. So on these would be sesquidiminished. Major and minor. That'd be subdiminished. Okay, I think towards the bottom they make more sense, like diminished, major, minor, and all that kind of makes sense. In that sort of near perfect zone, it does feel odd, but it's actually not worse than what I already had. Although the use of sub minor and super major might be. So, because we would say this is sub minor, minor, major, super major. This chord just feels very neutral to be called major or anything. But in the temperament name, it would be mosh major. So I guess the association of mosh with neutral kind of negates that. I wonder, like, sub-neutral something. Like neutral sub 5. It's kind of just fine, I think. Neutrals, neutral half diminished. I mean, that's the other thing. You just call it the quality of the third and then the quality of the fifth. I mean, that's kind of how. It's kind of the other way we've been doing it anyway. Let's see. Let's go on the other side. Well, I already did the other side. Let's try a different tuning. Let's see how it feels. It's for 22. We would have to rebrand a bunch of our chords. So we would have, a lot of them would be the same though. Sub diminished. Diminished, re-diminished minor. Re-diminished major. Diminished. Diminished minor. That kind of makes sense. Diminished major. Those feel pretty good. Diminished major, diminished minor, diminished. Yeah. Those feel good. And then those would all be the same regardless of minor, major, super major. Okay, then here's where we get augmented minor, augmented major, then re-augmented minor, major, super augmented. be right back. Favorite tune on the album? This one or the jazzy one? Dog one? Okay, so let's see. I think this is fine so far. I could still see wanting to just say like neutral down 5 or whatever, stuff like that. I mean, obviously you can still do that. There's no reason why you can't. This would just be one more option, I guess. But I do think for some of them they do feel pretty good. So far I actually think like the diminished major and minors feel the best. and the augmented two seem okay. But yeah, like the really augmented chords seem. I guess because they start to feel like fourths almost, so the chord doesn't feel as majory. This feels kind of like a fourth and then a third, which would be like minor. It sounds minor for some reason. But this sounds like the minor version of this. I mean, that's not really. That's not really the issue. Okay, well, anyway. And then the augmented. Alright, let's try and 27. Well, 20 sounds so weird. I wonder if it's gonna have anything weird. So super major, major, neutral, minor, so on. So subdiminished is this, and then diminished would be so we have diminished major, diminished minor, okay, and then sesquidiminished. Which these are like otonal and utonal. So that would be a weird thing actually, because in maybe minor subminor would be a sesquidiminished instead of a diminished. But I mean, it is a good question, like what do you call two minor thirds if not the diminished triad, you know? So that could be diminished neutral. I don't know. I think also the fifth half flat fifth seems like a diminished fifth. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's you. If you prioritize one thing, you have another problem somewhere else, so like this should be the classic diminished triad, and it is, but in 12 equal, all those notes are the same distance apart. They're not in 27. So do you give it the name diminished because functionally it's the same as in 12? It probably sounds more like the 12 equal diminished chord, or do you give this one that name because it's the symmetrical one? It's 2 minor thirds, which that is also true for 12. And honestly, this one sounds a little like J.I. Buzzy. Not that you would replace it with this necessarily, but I guess you could. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that, so I think that's fine. So diminished 2 minor thirds and then sesquidiminished. I mean, the thing is the seventh in the 5/7 chord in 27 is got a sub minor. But in 12 equal, it's minor. So in 12 equal would be more like this. Anyways. And this is just like a feature of 27 equal. So I think to call the diminished triad here regular diminished, I give this one a special name, kind of makes sense, like with how the tunings diverge as well. Yeah, I think that works. And then yeah, let's keep going. We didn't even get that far when we did diminished chords. So diminished. Diminished major, diminished minor. That works, it's fine. And then half diminished. So have sub minor half diminished, minor half diminished, major half diminished. That makes sense, even though it's a neutral chord triad. It sounds like a major, super major half diminished. Okay, it works pretty nicely in 27 so far. Let's say everything pretty much checks out, and then let's try this half augmented sub minor. Super major, half augmented, major, half augmented, minor half augmented. Sub minor half augmented. Sounds like a sus chord. That's super augmented. Inverted. So kind of got that. That'd be half augmented sub. Super major, minor, super major, major, minor, sub minor. Okay, I don't know. Those ones are not as. Those ones aren't gelling in the same way. So augmented, major, major. Checks out. Major augmented. Augmented. This one's also very sussy. Alright, and then sesquiaugmented minor, sesquiaugmented major, so. Yeah, that sounds major, major and minor, that's weird. So that's the sesquiaugmented minor. I don't know, I like how I can kind of like intuit the names of the chords instead of having to look at a chart. As long as you know the name of this, I mean, as long as you know how the system works, you can just figure out what they're called. Well, I'll be right back.
I will teach you how to stay, but you won't. secret lies with what's inside. A king must trade his life in for the throne. It's either this or simple suicide. To fall in love and wander down the road. I'm so embarrassed to know you're still on my mind after all this time when you were never mine. Come my way, I wish you could hear my pain, but you insist that it's all in my head. Flip the switch and you'll be rich now. Memories aren't fantasies, I cannot say the words another said. But you don't care about the truth. Has to hurt, nothing's pure if nothing's dirt. You drown your senses in academy. put me through. You brag about your perfect life, your famous friends, your trophy wife. I know when you're succeeding, but I can't tell if your heart's beating there.
Legalize the microtones, man. Oh, but that's all 12 equal. I don't know. I'm playing that bullshit, man. But that's my new album. Beg you to please check out my album. Alright, what are we doing? Let's try out the 26 Ito ones now. So, I also want to find out if I consider this a third or not. I'm going to say off the bat, no. Because that does not sound like a scale. And that does. Sounds quasi-pentatonic, so for that reason alone, I'm inclined to call this a sub-fourth as opposed to a ultra major third. So here we would have sub-diminished, and then rediminished minor, rediminished major. Diminished, diminished major, diminished minor. What's in the 5/7 chord? That's the same diminished. So here we'd have the rediminished minor, which would be like the sesquidiminished. Rediminished major. Okay. That all checks out. And of course sub minor. Minor. Major, super major. And augmented minor. Augmented major. Just augmented, I mean. Major. Let's check it out. These feel pretty good in 26, I gotta say. And then re-augmented minor, sounds correct. Re-augmented major, I don't know, but works for me. Super augmented. 26 is interesting. All those scales I've been doing in 31 would be in 26. Alright, I guess let's do some 31 stuff. Gonna noodle around. See if we come up with anything. Oh, did I even try these in this tuning? I think I did. Yeah, I think I did at the beginning. It's the half augmented super major. Half augmented major. Half augmented minor. That makes sense. $31, my current favorite. You want a lumatone so much? Lumatone's great, man. Yeah, if you can afford it, go for it. If you can't, maybe you can think about a linnstrument. I think linnstrument's pretty nice too. I did a lot with linnstrument. What was that? Half augmented chords. And then super major. Major. Neutral. Minor. Sub minor. Half diminished super major. Half diminished major. major. F diminished minor. Half diminished. Oh, this should be half diminished minor. Oh, half diminished sub minor. Why legalize microtones? Cause, man, fuck the power, man. Trying to tear down the system. Legalize it. Legalize the shit, man. Who are they to tell us what to do, you know? Spooky harmonies, yeah. Sometimes. Diminished. Would have a G flat. Diminished major. Diminished minor. That's good. Diminished major, diminished minor. I play an Orwell 9 at giving me funny spooks. Alright. It's cool, man. I think this is an Orwell chord right here. As is this. This is what I'm calling half diminished super major and half diminished sub minor. And half diminished major, half diminished minor. Mysterious AF. Yeah, man. Alright, sesquid diminished major. Which is like an O-tonal diminished. Sesquid diminished minor. Seem right. Oh, there we go. Sesquidiminished major, sesquidiminished minor. Subdiminished. 7th. Yeah, it's pretty good in 31. Hey, CZ Umio, what's up, dude? Late night work with this on. Hell yeah, bro. It's late over here too, man. Just tuning in, nice. Yeah, it's a pretty boring stream tonight. I've just been looking at all these chords, man. I came up with this triad naming scheme, and it looks good on paper, but I've just been kind of going through and making sure it matches up with the sounds well enough. Yeah, I'm pretty much done with that, so I'll probably just noodle around in 31 now for a little bit. Yeah, I've been checking out these different scales. How long did I wait for the lumatone when I bought it? You mean like how long did it take between the time I bought it and the time it got to my house? I think it was like 5 months or something. It was longer than what they said. I know that. I complained a bunch too. They had issues with the tariffs and stuff. Yeah, I wanted a lumatone so bad. It's kind of crazy how badly I wanted a lumatone. I don't think I've ever wanted like a thing more, honestly. Jealous. Yeah, I was jealous of everybody that had one too. I sat in my car and did a bunch of Uber Eats deliveries for like 3 months. I had like no life. I just like worked nonstop until I could afford it. But I know not everybody's in that position where they can do stuff like that. But before I got the lumatone, I got a linnstrument. And I played linnstrument for like a year before I got the lumatone. I have to say, linnstrument is great for microtonal stuff. It's very good. Not gonna lie and say it's as good as lumatone. It's not, but It's very good. It's way better than playing on your 12-note keyboard or whatever. That's my personal recommendation. There's other options too. You can get like X key, you can get a launch pad, you can get a hex board. Those are a lot cheaper. Yeah, that's right. That's how it starts, man. When I started, I was retuning my Juno DS. I was retuning my electric piano. I just worked with whatever I had. Any toy I had, I figured out how to retune my Micro Freak to do like 19 Edo and 17 Edo. And I just started using the computer more. Cuz you can do anything in a DAW. I discovered microtonal music. I've been into it for like 5 years, maybe a little longer. I think I knew about it probably a couple of years before that, but I didn't really get into it until like 5 years ago. It's sort of like I did a little dabbling here and there, but like I don't know, I just caught the bug. It's been a swift descent into insanity ever since. Stumbled across microtonal music like 10 years ago when listening to this classical music, and then discovered Sevish. My life wasn't the same at that point. Interesting. I wonder what your classical music introduction was to microtonal music, because I know like Ligeti is a common one, and then like Charles Ives has those quarter tone pieces. Elos Haba. Have not heard that name. Interesting. I'll have to check them out. Czech composer. Interesting. Quarter tone music. Oh, that's cool. Did not know.
Get Drive My Way and get a
Yeah, I like Vishnegrodsky's quarter tone stuff. It's really cool. I have not heard this though. I'm not gonna listen to the whole thing, but just a tiny bit. Cool. I like how jazzy it sounds. Interesting. Yeah, this is really cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, quarter tone stuff can be hard. Can be hard to enjoy. I think 31 is probably easier to get into than 24. Sucker for 11th and 13th harmonic. Yeah, 46 is pretty good. It's a little flavored, a little tempered, but it's like the smallest equal tuning where you can like get pretty buzzy pretty buzzy harmonic series chords, like up to 17th harmonic. 46, it's just like the errors are worse than like the other Itos that support it. Like it's not like as close as like 31 or 41 or 53, but it has all of them, whereas those other three tunings don't. Like 31 doesn't really have a good 11 even. It's okay. I don't really care about that stuff that much, though, honestly. What's difficult, Ito or non-Ito for you? That I've messed with. I don't know. I mean, the hardest one to work with is the one you're least interested in, you know? Because some tunings are difficult to to vibe with, but once you just spend enough time with them, most difficult for enjoying. I'm not a fan of like 18 equal. I mean, I've heard some stuff in it that's okay. I'm not wild about it though. I'm pretty open-minded though. I like pretty much every tuning. I think any tuning can sound good. Like I've had some fun jams in 9 equal, and that's half of 18, so. But some tunings I just don't like. Like I've tried them and I just don't like them. And it's not necessarily because they sound bad, because sometimes it's like a double of a tuning I like. Like I don't like 38, which is double 19. I just don't like 38. I just think 19 is where all the good shit in 31 and 38 is, and I don't see the point in doubling it. Yeah. And I kind of feel the same way about like 9 Ito and 18. Like I don't really like 18 Ito. That much. But, you know, micro tuning is just cool. So if, you know, somebody could come up with something 18 equal that I'd be really blown away by, I'm sure. But it just has not grabbed me personally. 13 is difficult in an interesting way. Yes, I agree with that. 13's cool. I did not like 13 at first, but it grew on me. Find 24 hard to work with and not in an interesting way. I kind of agree. I did 24 at first. I think 24 is good if you already know 12. You just double it and get 24. I think it's a logical first step. But I don't think you have to stay there very long. Mobilla stuff is very spicy. I don't know if I can make listenable music in it. I mean, I think 23 equal is a really cool Mobilla tuning. But yeah, it's harder to work in tunings like that for sure. Everything is cool in the hands of a good composer. I think that's even a little too broad, because you can be a good composer and not good at certain tunings. Like, I think part of being a good composer is working within your limitations. Kind of knowing where you can write good music. So yeah, but yeah, I mean, if you're sufficiently creative and dedicated and willing to work through the issues of that tuning, then yeah, if you have the right amount of skill. I do agree that it does take skill to work in a tuning system that is not maybe your first choice. I don't know how much that's a skill worth really developing, though, to be totally honest. "24 would discourage you from microtones as a first step." Well, that's not going to be everybody's path. I'm saying if you already know 12, it's a logical first step. It doesn't have to be your first step, but it introduces like a lot of stuff that's going to be in other tunings too. Like it has super major, sub minor, and neutral triads. And you can mess with it on 12 equal instruments, and you can just offset one of them. So it's very practical just to get involved in microtonal stuff. 24 works for me if it's rooted in Middle Eastern music. Yeah, and that's the other thing, is just finding like the right kind of context for it where it feels musical. But Yeah, it's not my favorite tuning by any means. A lot of dissonance, yeah. Which that can be really cool too. I mean, I think quarter tones sound sick, honestly. Like just the 24 Ito steps, those sound so cool. 24 can be really trippy because it has 12 in it. So like to go from something 12 into something microtonal that still includes 12 can be really crazy. Call that one the male scale. C is CZU mu. Have a good one, dude. The male scale, hell yeah, dude. I call that one a Rhodian. Because Dorian has a flat 3 and a flat 6, but this one has a half sharp 3. I'm sorry, flat 7 and flat 3, not flat 6. And Rhodian has a half sharp 3 and a half sharp 7. It's like a flip the door over to a road. Have I tried the 833 cent interval? Yes, and 49 equal. Yeah. I've messed with that a little bit. It's also in 23, I think. I messed with it in those tunings. Acoustic Phi or whatever. Actually, in 49 equal, it's kind of crazy. Because you have this, like, golden ratio scale that, like, it's non-octave repeating. I did a little jam in it, like, ages ago. But I had to, like, memorize the scale, and it took me forever. It's really dissonant. I think we can try some 49 for a second. It's a really nice tuning. 31 hits the sweet spot for you. Yeah. Yeah, 31 is in a sweet spot for sure. So I think acoustic Phi in here is like... Hold on. Let me look it up real quick. Um, $34 Ito steps, which is double down A sharp. Oh, what? Double down G sharp. What would G sharp be? All right, it's right there. 31 and 19 are good for introducing new people to microtonal music. Yeah, I agree with that. I think 31 especially. Making or listening? Listening. I think 31 is too many notes to start with. It's just 19 is friendlier to start with. 31, I think, is hard to get into at first. It was for me anyway. I kind of feel decent about it now, but like compared to other micro tunings, not compared to 12. I'm still basically just stumbling in the dark, but yeah, like 31 I feel pretty, like I feel like my knowledge of 31 is getting comparable to my knowledge of like 22, just because I've been spending so much time with it. But yeah, it took a long time. I think 22 was easier for me to get into than 31. I just think smaller tunings are easier to start playing with. I never sent you the discount code for my album. Dude, it's free, man. You can download it for free, or you can pay for it. It's up to you. But I'm not giving out discount codes, man. Unless you're talking about my old album. Talking about the new one? Beginner composer, probably not, yeah. Yeah, it's too many notes, yeah. Families liked some 31 Edo pieces. Yeah, I mean, 31's really friendly to hear. It's really palatable. I think it sounds nicer than 24 for the most part. Like a lot of people who write stuff in 31 write really consonant music. Set the price to $1 million and give me $1 million discount code? What? What? Why? Why don't you just send me $1 million, man? Looking how often 31 is used, it seems too big for most people. Did I say that already? Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. be super major sesqui sharp 4. That'd be. I wonder if I can figure out the names without looking at the charts. This would be half augmented, super major, maybe major, be minor. I think that'd be sesquidiminished minor. I mean, major. Sesquidiminished major. Major. Subminor. Minor. Let's have augmented super major. Minor, subminor, major, sesquiaugmented, major, minor, major. Did I say sesquidiminished? That's what I should have said. Sesquidiminished major. So yeah, I could probably name all these chords without looking at the chart, because all you gotta do is know how this system works. And you don't have to remember any temperament names. That's a cool scale. That'd be Colrian sesquisharp 4, whatever. Maybe it's sesquialg 4. If that's og. Yeah, I guess it'd be sesquialg. Super augmented. Half augmented. Checks out. So that's pretty good. So major, major, neutral, neutral. Major, neutral, neutral. I have that one written down, right? Major, major, neutral, neutral, major, neutral, neutral. I must, right? Major, major, neutral, neutral, major, neutral, neutral. That is Rost. But a mode of Rost. So we started here. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Domin. I don't think I'm gonna mix. At least not on stream. But most likely tomorrow. All right. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get out of here. I appreciate everybody who checked out the stream tonight. Please check out my new album if you have not done that yet, and consider sending me a couple bucks if you like it. You can either buy the album or just go to my PayPal. All those links are around. And yeah. Anyway, 31 equal, a lot of 31 equal deep diving. We have so many concepts worked out now to explore. You know, so many modes I can practice and chords I can practice. And now with this new generic naming system for triads, that looks like it's not going to be a big deal. No memorizing charts and stuff like that. It's a pretty intuitive, straightforward naming system. And while it's probably not perfect and it's probably not the end-all be-all, I think it's good enough for now. And in my opinion, it's better than anything else that is out there right now. Just in terms of being intuitive and having the names kind of reflect the sound. Okay, well, hey, I'll see you guys next time. Have a great rest of your day, rest of your night. I'll be back tomorrow.